Well. Here we are again. Good old London Heathrow. Guess where we are? Oh, well, guess where we are. It's on the bleeding screen, isn't it? Sorry about that. Lovely old Delta 763. Normally it's the United 767-300 ERs that we see, but and Delta usually operating their 767-400s here at London Heathrow. But obviously maybe big on arrivals to the on approach for the last half hour. The last half hour. Nice. Okay, BA 380 approaching from the north, from San Francisco. Cloud's a little bit. It's broken cloud. We might be able to get it. NEO. No cruisers, I'm afraid. No cruisers, folks, no cruisers. We've got, as you can see, well, there's a little bit of blue sky up there, but it's very broken. I mean, you know, we're talking about little holes like that. So we're not going to see any cruisers, okay? Bosh, straight in there. Good afternoon, everyone. Eagle 001, Fiona Edison, John Merton, Holly, Scarf, Mrs. Floofage, Tony Juty or Jutty. We'll grab that. Rohit Parkal, Melody. Richard Alistair Hinksman, Storm Grey, John Cage. Chris Patches, Diane 78. Helen Reeve, Phil Sky, Trevor Russell, Paresh, Les, S. Sue Cruz. Chuck Tannehill, good afternoon. Will W. Rosalind Matter. Heathrow Planes and Tacos, excellent combo. Captain Bob, Tony Rivers, Rob Darcy, Neil Quinn, Paul Skilling, Kathy Williams. Thank you for another dose of aviation this week, Kathy Williams. It's our absolute pleasure. Richard Joy, what a wonderful surname. Full of it. Bianca Vargs, good morning from Canada. Good day to you, Bianca. Terry G. Graham Bessie, John Singleton, John Murray, Linda Beattie. Chicky Armitage, John Reed, Amanda Naden, Fast as Fuck, Euster, Navy Man 76, Jason Hendon, Scott Shallcross, Rob Walker, Scotty tuning in from Western Australia, Tony 737, Eagle 001, Irish Dublin, I always put girl at the end of it, but Irish Dublin, good day to you, Trevor Russell, Andy P, Toby Futt 15, good day to you, A Marcus Repollet, Gaming Ham, James Harvey. Currently on board GV, India, okay. Oscar at Gatwick, right, okay. Waiting for pushback to Orlando. Versa on that Dreamliner. Unusual. Is that a message or gaming or sorry? Okay. Okay, just trying to get through them all. Jeanette Haynes, Sarah Faro, good afternoon everybody, hope you're doing well, hope your week's going well. All downhill from here. Rab H, Jan's Views, Tony Stibbons, Ross Watts. Does anyone know why Cosmic Girl landed at Newquay Airport yesterday? Yes, that is for the exclusive Virgin Orbit, I think it is Virgin Orbit satellite mission. So I think this is it's a mission that basically they drop a payload from the wing of the aircraft. Only a tiny micro satellite compared to what you're normally used to seeing. These are tiny little things that could be used for a number of different communications thingamajigs. But yeah, Cosmic Girl going to be launching. No doubt somebody's going to update us on that. Uncle Pat, good afternoon to you. Sue Cruz, Big Trains TV. Right, zipping to the bottom. Did anyone else catch the Virgin 747? Okay, Bits and Pieces UK, there we go. Land yesterday at Newquay. It's not so it can be converted to launch satellites. It already has that capability, Bits and Pieces. This specific aircraft, Cosmic Girl, was kept on by Virgin Atlantic to operate these satellite launching missions, which basically, instead of it costing billions and billions of dollars, well, perhaps not that much, but from normal launch procedures, I mean, everyone's trying to keep it down and be very competitive in the marketplace. Virgin Orbit, I think it's Virgin Orbit. Anyway, are offering the services of their 747 Cosmic Girl to launch their satellite. You can have your satellite launched from the wing of a beautiful 747. So she has already been converted and set up and everything. It is that Newquay is going to be the launch of, I think this is the first official satellite launch, as in they have carried out tests, but this will be the first official customer launch, I believe. Elvie is a new member. Welcome, Elvie. Kerry Davies, Chris Mason, Justin Clark, Margaret Burnett, Trevor Russell, Simon Toon, Julie Pottingale, John Malone, good afternoon everybody, Bev Charles, Diane. Not at the moment, no, I'm just going to scroll to the bottom of him now. Andy P watched the Anchorage stream and stunned and really saddened to read about Bailey. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, and indeed it is. It was a great shame. It is a great shame, and yes, all our thoughts go out to Chicky on that one, because he obviously was a keen viewer of Big Jet TV. He loved Big Jet TV, so great shame. We put the post up yesterday, folks. If you want to look at it, it's just a very short shot of the Condor Retro on its final flight out of Frankfurt. San Francisco. Touchdown. Now it's a vehicle. Use that rudder. Lots of braking power, look at that. Very idle thrust reversers, even if there is any, to be honest with you. Mick, love Big Jet TV. If you have time, look around. Rami RC on YouTube. Oh yes, his A380. I did actually put it out there, and he liked my message that I put across to him. But we offered to go and film his the inaugural flight of his mega RC 380. I'm sure it all went to plan. Matt Jones just switched on first plane A380. God blimey, look at the angle of attack on this 330, man. It's unmistakable profile of the A330 on approach. So which will be the first A330-300 to be released from service by Virgin Atlantic after this weekend's arrival of their 339, even though this is a Turkish A330. 800 and 900 variants of the A330neo. Virgin taking the 900, we believe. So switch over in 20 minutes, folks. They'll be taking off from this runway and going past us, gear closing and all that kind of thing that these American. Fraser Patterson, Karina Rowe, Bosch, Boho Jane, sorry Jane, good afternoon, tuning in from Galway, beautiful part of the world. Okay, I don't know if that's a joke, Rohit, about the underground runway, but very interesting. Malcolm Clinton. How is a 747 going to achieve that unless the satellite has its own power? Malcolm, it does have its own power. The rocket, it's basically a small version of the normal rocket launch you'll see from NASA and places like that, where satellite launches are very regular. Mainly communication satellites, but this is literally a rocket that is dropped from, it's anchored to the underside of the aircraft between the number 2 engine and the fuselage on its own unique pylon. It's that 767 going out that we saw. It will be dropped from a dizzy height by the 747. It will then fire its rocket, which will take it to a predetermined altitude, and then the separation sequence will begin with the rocket eventually either falling back down to Earth, or I think they. It's a very small satellite, folks. It's probably the size, I'd imagine, not much bigger than a shoebox in Middle Road. Charles D, good afternoon to you. Can I just say a shout out to Random Dent? I don't know if you're listening or watching Random Dent, but thank you. Your stickers are in the post along with the latest batch of free stickers are now in the post. Captain Bob, I saw the, I did see the piece of with Rolls-Royce, which is a great production. It's on the iPlayer now. We're hoping to do something with Rolls-Royce in the future. A little bit more off the sort of like, you know, full sort of like swanky production stuff. More just our normal, typical live style, which will cover the manufacturing or assembly procedures or process of the Trent XWB, which is their most celebrated engine, I would say, at the moment, they're saying, with Rolls-Royce. Then, of course, you've got the Trent 7000, which is powering the new... The XWB, I think... Yeah, I mean, obviously technology has been taken from other engines, but it's all new technology in these next generation engines that these that engine manufacturers are building at the moment. Primarily the turbine, the internal blade systems. That's all new new materials, ceramics, alloys, and titanium, carbon, plastics, 3D molded parts, etc., etc. Somewhere in the region of 30,000 components go to make up a Trent XWB engine. And of course, they have got their next generation, believe it or not, Ultrafan, which does incorporate the carbon blade technology. So it'd be very interesting to see that. I think Rolls-Royce are basically planning to have a variant of the Ultrafan for both the single aisle jets and also the big heavies. I think the Ultrafan blade itself is going to be the largest of any fan blade in the world. So looking down on Terminal 5 over here, folks, obviously we're right up the other end. Oh, let me straighten that out a little bit. Stand by. Cheeky Armitage, where is the American going? Did we put HAH? HHN, isn't it? Yeah, I might put HAH. Oh, okay. Oh well. Wrong airport code, folks. It was Hahn, HHN, not HAH. Where's HAH then? No, there's nothing on the titles on the subs yeah. Nice. Of course, General Electric have poured a lot of money into their 9X engine, superfan engine that they've produced for the 777X. So. Guessing they will probably at some point in time release or upgrade these these GE90s. I mean, I'd imagine that all new aircraft that are being delivered today probably come with quite a significant amount of newer material within these engines compared to even that aircraft there, you know, that constantly upgrading and using newer materials to increase the efficiency of the engine, both for a fuel burn aspect and also weight saving as well. Getting some floofage. Is that floofage, or is that my... Aero Mexico normally makes a right old racket. Aero Mexico, one of the original Screamliners, isn't it? I think the weather conditions today are ideal for these engines and these aircraft to just bring it all in on the brakes, minimal reverse thrust, use the speed brakes or the ground spoilers. Don't forget, it's a 2-mile long runway as well. I know they're approaching at around about 100, is it 140 knots, something like that on approach. He's going to go over there, I can almost guarantee it. Sean Bow Videos, Kuwait trip, my absolute favourite. What a livery, what a plane, suits the image of flying above the desert. There we go. That's a bit unfortunate. Now, interestingly, what have we got? 10 minutes. Is that 380? He would have come out this side, wouldn't he, if he was going to go out of the northern runway, I would imagine. Yeah, he's going to be... oh, no, Aero Mexico not going in there. Or maybe he's going to go in one of these gates here. Let's have a little look, shall we? Or is he going to go right the way round the other side? Perhaps into the infield, as we call it, which is the infield there where all the Virgin jets are. Got a slightly better view now of the gate area, which was under construction. Remember that the that United 767 that's there was right up against the barrier, so to speak. You can see those 2 new gates that have been put in there. I counted about 6 new gates that have been added to either, or not added as such, but put back, because I think they were taken out of service due to the construction work that was going on over there, which took up about 6 gates, believe it or not. So these aircraft now able to push all the way back there and start and head out this way, saving quite a bit of fuel, to be honest with you. Holly has to perform a safety demonstration next Tuesday on an old Jet 2 aircraft. There we go. I guess you've been rehearsing it, Holly. That's fantastic. I think doing that is not one of those things in life where you need to sort of like have a smile, sort of like have that sort of like a serious face on, but also happy, but you know. She's gonna get all like, you know, like, well, what do you mean? What colour face do I want to put on? Happy, sad, off. half happy, half sad. What do you want? Well, just demonstrating it, isn't it? It's not like you're demonstrating on QVC or something like that. Kirsty Allen, I hear Aero Mexico, get this, Jilly, Aero Mexico has a great coffee maker on board. I also hear that Virgin are supposed to be doing that. Yeah, but Virgin are supposed to be doing it. You only need, the power's the same as anywhere, Jilly. It's not like, you know, gonna like, we're going down, turn the coffee machine off, for God's sake. I just gotta make this latte. Yeah, we're going down. No. I think it's legitimate, because I heard that. I did say, that's a wing. That's a wing, right there. Look. Yeah, but I asked Virgin Atlantic, didn't I, that one time about having a coffee. Do you have proper coffee? And they said we're going to get coffee machines on our planes or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm sure it was. Nigel Gale talking about fantastic apprentice scheme. That may well be Rolls-Royce. Of course, Rolls-Royce, along with so many other major industry leaders, had to lay off a significant amount of people. I think 9,000 worldwide for Rolls-Royce. So, and of course, all of those folks that were laid off have now gone and gotten jobs elsewhere in perhaps that industry or something else, I don't know. But now they have to train up a whole new batch of... this sounds like something big coming out. So if you want to get into engineering, folks, BA777, this is an old 200, is it? No, you see, it's an old clunker, isn't it? Oh, Austrian has a coffee menu. Oh, we're getting onto the airlines. Austrian, eh? Spoon salesman, eh? That's got to be on the international flights, though, isn't it? On that 777. The only time we've ever seen that. Well, we saw it at LA, didn't we? And we saw it at Chicago and Boston. Sorry about that. Etihad. And it's their 1000. It's their 10, isn't it? I think it's their dash 10. Wow, he's coming heavy, isn't he? Oh, it's a 900, is it? 9, sorry. No doubt there'll be another one on its way. I believe, was it 3 Etihad Dreamliners the other night? Yeah, a lot of people giving us feedback about the nighttime show and enjoyed it. Something a little bit different, and we will certainly be doing more for you folks. We're going through to darkness tonight, certainly until the sun's gone down. Is that the last one? No, got one more. Got a tiddler. One more. Paul MK here. BA have a major schedule change. What's this? Sorry, folks. Have a major schedule change upcoming in March next year with quite a few more flights leaving from T3 at London Heathrow. Well, right. TCC. Mike James, BA 380 lined up, 27 left. Going to get that one for you, Mike. Aircraft orders up to Q3 2022, Airbus 413, Boeing 256. Source, Airbus and Boeing. Bobby Fitzsimmons. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, orders is one thing, deliveries is another. I think you might find that Boeing, correct me if I'm wrong, can somebody find out now for me, do a quick Google, orders dispatched, new aircraft delivered for Q3. I don't know if it's up to Q3 or up to the end of Q3. But interesting to see that Boeing have been chucking out their 787s now that obviously the restrictions have been lifted. Get that 35. We're going to get some of this, folks, close up. Wow. Manipulating the throttles. Still low, look. Still quite low. Look at that. When you consider other aircraft are already sort of like up there by now. Just a nice, easy. And here comes the right. Is it going right? A little nice. Easy bank to the right. Looks like that's westbound. Beautiful wing on that aeroplane, folks. It is a wing of amazement when you look at it, when you're flying on it. Just everything's just so solid and big and reliable and awesome. Martin 757 looks like JetBlue. I think you're right, Martin. JetBlue, first aircraft to depart runway 27 right. And interestingly enough, of course, that is an international flight, folks, believe it or not. This is a Airbus A321 NX, which is, long range. I mean, believe it or not, there's one with even longer range that Airbus are working with, the 321 XLR, which has gone through all its flight testing and 2 flight tests so far, I think. New York to Rome or something like that is the length of flight that thing can do, which is really remarkable, man. And I think, if I'm right in saying, that the interior of the JetBlue 321 is a little bit more spacious than your sort of like domestic style cabin layout. Jason Gamble flying with BA to San Fran in 4 weeks' time. They've changed us from a 777-200 to a 787-800. Not such a bad thing. It's a bit of a shame, Jason. Always nice to fly on the old 777, but 787 is very comfortable in terms of your. You do feel a little bit more refreshed when you, well, not refreshed, but a little bit fresher when you arrive at the destination on a long-haul flight on the 787, because of the carbon fuselage, because they can set the altitude to around about, I think it's about 6,000 feet, the pressurization. Talk about them constantly making changes and revisions to these aircraft, not noticeable a lot of the time, but one thing, if you look at the early A350 1000s, they had those masts that you can see there, the angle of attack, pitot tube, all that kind of stuff. They had them around the top as well, underneath the don't forget, folks, you can stay here at the Hyatt Place. Exclusive access to the Blue Sky Suite as well. It's kind of cool, you know, when I came up here. I haven't been up here for a little while, and going that Blue Sky Suite, and it is a you know, for somebody for the first time walking up here, it is a wow moment, definitely. And of course, you get a discount on your room rate, and you get to stay in one of the big rooms with a big 5-meter window in it, folks. I had to double check and make sure I was right on that one, but it is 5 meters long, the window, just below me here on the 6th floor, I think it is, or the 5th floor, one of the two. I think it's the 5th floor. One of the other things that we need to consider is that we're not 100% sure where the Neo is going to taxi to when it lands. It's all a little bit vague at the moment, because whether she's going to be taxied to one of the gates, maybe they're holding a little ceremony there. I don't think they are, because I would have been told. Or whether they're going to bring her up to the maintenance shed, which is there. But as it stands at the moment, she's going to be landing on 27 left. Departure from Toulouse is expected around about 3 p.m. But that will always be later than what is always, you know, it won't be exactly 3 o'clock. That'll put her in here around about, that's about 2 o'clock local here in the UK. So about 3:30 we'll be crossing over to Rupert in London, covering the arrival from up on the roof at the Hilton Garden Inn. Okay, waiting for some departures here, folks. Come on! British Airways! Got 380s. Glenn Corey is watching on his phone in the first lounge in T5. First as in first class lounge, which is kind of, I think, you definitely get a look out. Give us a, put your camera light on. Digital David is a new member. Welcome, Digital David. Very good afternoon to you. Welcome all new members. Folks, please come and chat to me, talk about aviation, talk about what you love about aviation, talk about anything technical you want to talk about or ask. Please don't feel shy or anything like that. No one's going to bite your head off, and certainly we do try as hard as we can to keep the chat relevant for in terms of aviation. We have to be a little bit brutal, unfortunately, if the chat starts to sway off into what someone's cooking their souffle, and now many different people want to get involved in how that souffle is being cooked, and so on and so forth. Please don't start talking about how souffles are cooked, because we have to obviously monitor the chat and keep everybody happy. We've had lots of messages from new members saying, well, they don't generally come on the chat because they feel like they can't get a word in edgeways because a lot of other stuff non-related to aviation is going on. So please try, if you can, to keep everything as aviation related as you possibly can, folks. Akash Lakhanpal, wow ATR, yeah, indeed. A new service back here this summer, wasn't it? No, actually, no, it was the Flyby service. I think for a long time, the ATR. Emirates A380 on its way out. Jez White, there it is. Thanks, Jez. ANA 777-300 inbound from Tokyo on flight radar. Michael Simpson saying. Of course, we are now on departures, folks. So, but I will, if I see your comment and you want me to catch an inbound flight, I will do my very best. Sprat 67. Just had my flights to Miami in April changed from 777 in and out to a 380. Result. Oh, please try Sprat 67. Get yourself on the lower deck, just behind the wing, literally just behind it. First lounge and Concord room are on the south side of T5. Oh, okay, so we won't be able to see you, thank you. Paul D, was that JetBlue aircraft single aisle? Yes, Paul D, but I think it's configured inside the cabin for long range flights, so it's not tight like a you know, your I've got no flipping, I've got nothing at all. Michael Clark flying out to Vegas, 5 weeks, can't wait. John Grinham, Emirates Tower, 380. Which one is it? Is it the one with a little sticker on it? Yeah, we've seen that loads of times. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it when it pulls off. We'll get it when it pulls off, man. Don't worry about the Lufthansa Neo, folks. A special livery. We've seen it at Frankfurt a few times, but we will, of course, get it. We'll catch it pulling off at this point here, and we have got a. Oh, it's half an hour away, is it? For God's sake. You know, plans can change, by the way, folks. Oh, start up. Not getting involved in it. We're just happy to see that, you know, you need to calculate everything into you know, need to factor everything into something like that, don't you? You know, no, they're not. And but the other thing is you need to factor in is the fact that, you know, a turboprop engine. Yeah. You got it. There's still a lot of public transport being involved, isn't there? So, yeah. Mark Perry's internet blew up. But he just wants to say thank you to Jeffrey Davitt, who gifted me a month of the greatest show on the air. Mark Perry, great to see you here. Wonderful, wonderful news. Engine start. Tasha Hodges, BA38, just flew over her house. Cool. Marianne, Doreen Hanson, good afternoon to you. Sue Taylor flew Aer Lingus 321 Neo from Dublin to Hartford, Connecticut a couple of years ago, and the seats in economy were very comfortable. There we go. Didn't I fly 321 Neo, Gilly? Long range? I can't remember now. Honestly. I flew long range on them. That was it, yeah. Oh, that's fun, isn't it? Oh, that's hilarious. When you think about what all the other ones were, you read the credits, it's like sound mixer, you know. Yeah. Associate editor's associate editor. Editor in charge. Yeah. Yeah. Credit takes 20 minutes to roll on a 15-minute. Technology is wonderful. Watching Jerry doing about 100 mile an hour on a Pendolino train on the way to Nottingham. Neil Sloan say, okay. Brilliant. Long takeoff run normally for the 787. He's going up. He wants to go, this one. a long run as well, man. Yeah. Eking every single usable bit of power out of those engines, the computers. As soon as they initiate the throttle setting, bang, the computers literally take over. Still holding the throttle, of course, the flying pilot at the time. Lovely sound of those. I think they might be CFMs on that 330 there. Tony Briggs! Glad you switched off the van headlights. Seen last time we saw that was at Frankfurt, believe it or not, but we don't often see that here. We more often see the Dreamliner, of course, but obviously today didn't need to bring the hey, is this going out or is he just come in? No, going to Seattle. No, I can see it. I can see its tail. I can see the top of its tail, yeah. It's way over to the left-hand side, up the other end of the runway. Oh, is it? Okay. Greatly appreciated gifted membership, Sarah B. Runs out on the 17th of October, but after seeing the amazing Anchorage shows, I've just signed up for a first-class membership. That is wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for supporting Big Jet TV, as we have got so many people who do just that. And we humbled by your support, but the great thing is that, as you know, it is supporting a channel. We're not making money per se. All those days are long past. Say, you know, we did see a quite an interesting factoid the other day in terms of monetary income, and I was like, well, how come I haven't got any money? It's like, well, that's because you spend it all on Big Jet TV, mate. It's like, blooming heck, really? But there you go, that's what it's all about, man. You've got to give it back, haven't you? And that's why we don't do any of this silly wow. Why is that? It's what? Nice run up to the line. Like that. Oh, look at that. Korea Insincere has gifted 10 memberships. What a lovely thing to do. Thank you, Korea Insincere. Really should have brought another top up with me. It's going to get incredibly warm this morning when I walked out the door. T-shirt and everything. I think we've got them actually. David Howard, Cries Prigmore, Mozzie 7, Sharon McDonald, Sue Taft, Thomas Fandinga, Peter Clegg, Neil in Dorset, Super Barb, all gifted memberships by Korea Insincere. Thank you very much indeed. Very kind of you. Tony Briggs, Jeanette Haynes, Lord Geeker, good day to you. Daniel Skiathos, Jet Blast Pearson. See the size of the Trent 700 engine versus those huge GEs, man. Stuart Pritchard, even though they are more fuel efficient, don't think having propellers back on aircraft engines are a backward step like going retro. Well, good question, because obviously ATR and other engine manufacturers, aircraft manufacturers are planning, Embraer being one of them, prop aircraft, but these are next generation turboprops, and even further into the future, we're talking about hydrogen-powered engines as well. So, you know, it's all relative in terms of time and how long. It's going to be a long time before anyone's flying across the Atlantic using electric power and or hydrogen power. But in my personal opinion, we will have these big engines, albeit far more fuel efficient and more efficient in terms of their footprint for many years to come. However, I can see possibly a hybrid generation of engines where, and I've mentioned this so many times before, a bit like a car really. Once you get up to speed, you can, or not so much once you get up to speed, but when you're in the cruise, so to speak, you can switch to the electric power. I can see these big jets utilising their big engines for takeoff and arrivals, because let's face it, you have to consider an aircraft like this on arrivals. If they have a sudden problem, they will need a lot of power to get out of that situation. If it's you know, so I'd imagine they would run the engines all the way from the gate up to around about the cruising altitude, around about between 30 and 35,000 feet, in which case, depending on the weather conditions, whether they've got a slipstream that they can, a jet stream that they can jump into, they can then switch to the hybrid power. And that will take them all the way across to their destination, up to the point of when they're about to start their descent, and then on the descent they will start the main engines, or the ICE, the internal combustion engine part of that power plant, and use that for landing, saving obviously a significant amount of fuel. Chris Gray, welcome back, Chris. Natalie Davies is a new member. Welcome, Natalie. Got an American 777 pushing back. We've got an A380 online. Japanese Airline 777, they look great. John Stoner saying, yeah, I do like the Chow livery. Gotta say, I'm a big fan of it. Philip Jones saw a programme explaining the reason why the bottom of the 737 engine is flat. Well, yeah, the casing of the engine is flat. I think, I mean, in terms of the simplicity of it is because the aircraft is so low to the ground clearance, they can only maximise the length of the undercarriage, and therefore, in order to compromise clearance, here we go. Okay, going to get a big left-hand turn. I don't know when. Sometimes it's quite soon on the climb out. Okay. Other times it can be quite some time before they start turning, even as far out as sort of Windsor. But any moment now, you should start seeing it turning left. Big bruiser coming out. Well, not really, it's Prince Charming, innit? These can make a right old racket at full chat. Funky shot, funky shot. Nice. Nice. A little bit of preset. Why is Blue 380 not coming to Heathrow? That is my question. TCC, why is the Blue 380 not coming to Heathrow? The blue one, as in the old. I think they've. What, Finnair? Oh no, the Emirates 380. What, the Expo one? I think they've removed all those. Haven't they stopped all those? Well, TCC, I mean you. I guess you mean the one of the Expo livery jets, which I think have been possibly I think they've taken those graphics off by now, haven't they? Or unless it's being used on other routes, Philip Jones rightly saying. Diane 78, I got in the big jet shop just now, there we go. John Stoner, I like the engines on the A380. Yeah, either GP 7200s or Trent Rolls-Royce Trent 900s. Coffee machine. So far. Kevin Carter. Now we've got a big lad coming out. Sue Taylor, that was a great shot of that 380. You could see the rudder moving, yeah. Pilot making little tiny incremental adjustments as he or she is hurtling down the runway. BA 380. Amazing to think those tugs there can lift that aircraft up and drop it back down on the ground. Hydraulic jack system. Here we go. Rotate. Gear up. Nice. Yeah, look at that. It's art, isn't it? It's art. He's an artist. It's pure art, isn't it? Against that backdrop, those skies, lovely things like that. Oh, 767. Oh, James Murphy, one of the blue 380s. The blue 380 was at Manchester. Oh, is he meaning that one with it's all completely all multicoloured? The multicoloured Expo one, possibly, not the one with just the blue scab on it. Look at this old girl. Up you go, girl, up you go. Wow. That wing flexing. Yeah. See the flight surfaces. So we got a very interesting invite yesterday from the folks at Channel 4, which we'll have to fill you in on at some point in the future. But the future. But it will involve me appearing, I believe, on the show. It's a comedy show. Still, it's comedic though, because it's introduced by M&O. Look how long it takes this 330's main gear to get up. Look at that. Yeah. Really? Nah, it's only one go, innit? It's one thing, innit? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, we just have to see how involved it is, Jilly, man. If it's like, you know, it takes us away from... Oh, blimey. Yeah, but 2 hours where? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've got a little bit of ribbon coming off those winglets, look. Nice. Because there's moisture in the air. Everywhere I look around. Moisture in the air. Every sight and every sound. Concorde 444, so be a part of the magic livery for aircraft. Rohit Parker. Love to see Cherry on 40 Towers. Right, that's it. 50th livery, 10 aircraft, Concorde 444. Okay, so be part of the magic livery for aircraft. Right, there we go. I think that's the... Isn't that be part of the magic livery? Isn't that the... Here's one for Irish, Dublin, and all our friends out in Ireland, the Emerald Isle. The busiest route from London Heathrow, folks. London, Heathrow, Dublin, believe it or not. High ease, man. So is he filming truck? He's just oh, hello. Douglas Butcher, welcome to first class, Douglas. Great to see you here. Here we go. 777. Screaming Lord Such. It's an old Troop 200, isn't it? Oh, wait. Listen to this. Yeah. Of course, it's gone past us now, but on board that aircraft, you're sitting over the window. Still noisy until... And they drop the power back a little bit as he gets to around about 1,000, 1,500 feet, maybe even sooner, depending on, the weather conditions. This is a Rolls-Royce powered one. That was GE's. This is a roller. More more screamy. Wow! Going out like Lanks. Roger that, skipper. Joining the stream now, boy. Keep your eyes peeled, boys. Okay, have we missed that? Have we missed that special lufty? Well, it's not missing that special. It's just got a different livery on it, isn't it? Picking up the flex. Look at the wing. Look at the wing bowing upwards. Look at it bowing upwards, man. Wow. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Feel like Tony Hart. Yeah. Ooh. Someone wants some attention. Full power departure on this Dreamliner by the sounds of it. Yes. But 500 yards to that runway. Crazy. Trent 1000. Oh. Going to where? Sorry? AVGEEK. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Yeah, interesting. Hearing somebody saying, Jilly's just telling me that apparently somebody mentioned that the Condor Retro may be going to AVGEEK, which we've seen here at Heathrow. Only during the crisis, though. We'd have to go somewhere else to see it, wouldn't we? She'll be operating internally within the States, I'd imagine. EMA, yes, indeed, yeah. Oh, we'll have to put a. Once we find out what her new reg is, we'll have to put a. We'll have to put a thingamajig on it. Flight alert or whatever. Heidi Heffington. TCC fully loaded. Yeah, well. To be honest with you, those Dreamliners, even when they're not fully loaded, generally tend to take a lot of runway, TCC, purely because of the to maintain the engines for as long as they possibly can. Engine Preservation Society. Robert Fleming, VS 155 to Las Vegas. That was, thank you, Robert. Paul G, expecting to see a bouncing wheel come across shot from Italy at some point. That was mad. That was absolutely mad. Something that Barnes Wallis would have been very proud of. Found it in a vineyard. From what I could see, where it landed, it looked like it was in a vineyard. And it looked like it had just sheared off, completely sheared off. Must have been a faulty component. What's that, GP? Oh, could have a funky shot. Have we got a funky shot? Okay. Partial funky shot. Big 777. LATAM. A good year for wine then, Longy saying. I smell, sorry, let me just try that again. I get a tinge of Michelin, maybe some, maybe Castrol grease, perhaps. Yes, it was a good year. Longy, be a good year for wine. Happy 777. Look, got a smile on his face. Oh, look, we've got two 380s making their way to departure. Qatar. Look at that. What a shit. Shit. 321 now. Susan Duncan coming out of Lurker's Lounge to say, just love this channel. I was gifted a free membership last month and I just extended it. Susan, that is fantastic. Coming out of Lurker's Lounge, brilliant. Don't be a lurker, folks. I mean, unless, of course, you just want to be. If you're happy that way, then that's wonderful. But thank you for your support. We really, really do appreciate it. But yeah, if you find yourself wanting to ask a question or give us some information, please make sure you come in and inform me, because at the end of the day, that's where I get a lot of my information from, is from you folks. Even if you are getting it off Google or wherever you're getting it from. Pilots as well, we have. Sim pilots as well. Triple. Some airlines, the crews, you know, the onboard announcement once the aircraft's sort of like at a certain altitude, don't half waffle on for a bit, don't they? God, blimey! It's like, have you finished yet? Whereas some are just like, thanks for flying, la da da. You need anything, we'll come by and help you. A330, watch out for the wing floofage, folks. Especially off the winglets. Hopefully she'll make a little turn to the right. Beautiful, just beautiful, man. Yeah, Derek, it's a difficult one, man, because you know they are brilliant on their own merit, aren't they? Has that lefty arrived yet? Seeing him. Yeah. Nice.
just going to jump on that 330 because there's the ribbons there, man. Look at those ribbons coming off those winglets. Yeah! Just a little momentary. Oh, here we go. Okay. BA coming out first. Just get this. It's another. Is it another 50 lip? No. It's a stocker. It's a standard. Read all about it. Livery. Emirates flies into London Heathrow with normal livery. Read all about it. Okay. Let's see how heavy this BA 380 is. Rolls-Royce Trent 900s. Flat out. What's the undercarriage? What's the undercarriage? This undercarriage with 35 tons being lifted by hydraulic power. Body undercarriage kind of goes up like a bird's feet, like straight up, and back drops forward, whereas the wing gear is retracted, kind of in a pretty standard format. Oh, one after the other. Look. Oh, he's screaming away, isn't he? He sound like rollers as well. Both these super jumbos in the shot. I don't know. Might do. Could be funky. I'm feeling the funk. Here we go. Definitely getting that way. Come on, mate. Keep it straight. Keep it on a straight line. Don't turn yet. I want to get both of you in there. Look at that. Bomber stream going out. Morning, Voltaire. Qatar going to make a left turn very soon. Might even cross over that BA jet. More that BA jet climbs. Might get funky shot number 2 here. Too far below. Be a lot of fun. No wonder that next one's waiting, because there's going to be a lot of wake vortex from 2 380s going out simultaneously. Easy for you to say, simultaneously. Simultaneously, as our friends in America would say. Michael Jackerman is a returning member. Welcome back, Michael. What's that, GP? John Stoner, that's a very good shot, John. Thank you. How very kind of you to say. Mark Garner, imagine an A380neo. Well, yeah. I mean, it's a tricky one, really, because those Trents and the GPWs, blimey! Wow! Sounds like an old 707. Say GP. O'Malley, local time over there is 7:47. We always look there. What's that, GP? Say again. Yes. No, thank you. But we'll add saying thanks for the rain. Well, we've got a little bit of precip here, but only very small amount, which has gone for the time being. Oh, say about that. Look at that wing flexing, man. Isn't that beautiful? See the ailerons working in unison with the flaperons. Flaperons, that flying surface, which is the V-shaped flap that you see behind the engine there. Very calm conditions, so there's not a lot of activity going on with the flat surfaces right now. Lord Geeker thinks that Airbus will do a new A380 model, maybe a Neo. I don't think it's going to happen, but only because, you know, if overnight, for example, if overnight literally they were to develop a, you know, or very quickly develop a very, very, very efficient engine, you also need to consider that the A380 was built with those engines in mind. They'd have to redesign the entire wing and rethink all of the aircraft's design. But also bear in mind that they have now closed down the A380 facility, the final assembly line, and no one else is getting orders for it. So it would be very difficult to start it up again. I think their way forward is everyone's way forward. Really is a super twin. Which is why Boeing have obviously stopped production of the 747, even their highly efficient Dash 8. Oh. Wow, how long is that, man? That's a long run. Look at the end of the runway, man. Look at the end of the runway. End of the runway's there. Look at that. That's the. He's 200 feet up. And I've been on a Dreamliner, full pelt down runway 27 right, and I'm using all the. I'm using the landmarks as my points of reference. And when we get to the to these buildings here in front of us, it's sort of like, wow, we're really we're tanking it, but we're still on the ground. Not concerning in any way, shape or form, just is an amazing thing, because I know that they are going to lift off any moment. Robert Fleming, strange time for Qatar to be on the move. Arrived this morning, due to leave later, would normally be on remote now, Robert Fleming saying. Oh, sorry, QF, sorry. Yeah. Yes, he's right, you know. So is the Roujet inbound, GP? Let me just have a look here. Lord Geeker, the shortage of pilots is making larger aircraft more palatable. And then let's want something to replace theirs. I think you'll find they'll go 777X though, Lord Geeker. Can't think that they would. I mean, we're talking about the same amount of crew flying an A380 as you are a 777 two-man crew. It's all depends on the range, but or the distance they're travelling. Yeah. So, say for instance, 777 coming from Dubai to London Heathrow will have the same number of crew flying the A380. So, oh, hello. Sorry. You know, I tested it. What's going on there, mate? Is that charger lead not working? Charger, iPhone charger leads can be a little bit temperamental, can't they? Oh, it's here, is it? Okay, the big roux is here. Apparently, folks. Yeah, see, landed late again. Toby 15 777X is taking too long, though. Yeah, Toby, but the aircraft is in production. The A380 is no longer in production, so it would be, you know, in order to. Nobody's making any orders for it as well either, so it's just sort of like a dead end on that one. Scotty Shoutcross this time tomorrow night. I will be on a 737-8 flying from Perth to Brisbane. 4.5-hour flight. Good to be getting back on an aircraft since January 2020. Concorde, yeah, most have lifted or rotated by the time, or rotating by the time they get to Compass Centre, the blue building in front of you. Yes, he's ex-BA flight crew. Yeah, Compass House, right opposite us, which is where the security teams for London Heathrow are based. Good day to all of them in there right now. I can see, of course, when we were up here months ago, the offices were empty. Now they are mostly full. Admin staff working feverishly in there, keeping London Heathrow going. Delta brings air rail programme to the UK with partner Trans-Pennine Express. Via Manchester, customers can book trains travel to available of partner airline Virgin routes from Manchester to Eastern US. Bobby Fitzsimmons. Okay, yeah. So they've struck a deal with one of the train services over here in the UK. Good luck to anybody taking that up, because you'll probably arrive 2 days after your planned arrival, especially if there's another strike on. LFC Ian, I think it's more about passenger capacity. A380 better than say 2 or 330s. So one set of pilots instead of 2, if you get my meaning. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Yeah, there is always that. Debate, isn't there, regarding, you know, efficiency, fuel efficiency, and all that kind of thing, and passenger demand. Of course, you know, there's a lot to be said for that as well. If there's huge passenger demand, I mean, again. Look at Etihad, for example, sending 3 of their jets the other day. Well, we certainly filmed 3 of them going out. 3 787s. Now, you could argue the fact that obviously 3 of those 787s in terms of their fuel burn and their carbon footprint versus 1 A380. And not only that, but they kind of went out within 3 hours of each other, I seem to recall. But yeah, there's always that debate, isn't there? John Stone, ashamed that the A380 is not being made. Yes, it is. Of course it is. Oh. Well, a big thank you to Richard Hughes. Sorry about that. Richard has just brought me a coffee, and they flew in from Vancouver this morning. Members on Big Jet TV staying here just below me in one of the rooms, and I'm guessing that they took up the discount code. Great to see you. Thank you, Richard. Much appreciated, and a very Richard, thank you so much. Very welcomed cup of coffee. Thank you, sir. John Stoner, the 380 looks like a flying hotel. Well, especially when you watch it at night like we did the other day, it does look like it's a flying hotel because all the lights on, with all the lights on the double deck, looks a bit like an office block in a funny sort of way. Good afternoon. Airside Andy. I'm guessing that Andy works airside. I'm very fortunate actually, Jilly, because if you look down at the other end of the runway, can you see these sort of like misty looking, it looks a bit misty down there. That's rain, that's mizzle right there. And I'm very fortunate to have missed it. However, there is other stuff coming this way, but we'll just have to deal with it as and when it comes. So Terminal 5 down here, folks. That's the main building, the main terminus, and then of course you have the satellites for Terminal 5, satellite gates, should I say, and then you have some remote gates as well, which I have frequented in my time, particularly those ones right on the end there, but it is all down to capacity, and thank you, Richard and his missus, thank you very much indeed. Hope you enjoy your stay from Vancouver. I don't know if they're coming back from Vancouver or whether they are they living in Vancouver, coming here on vacation. I don't know, but Andy, Richard, sorry, thank you very much indeed. You and your wife have a wonderful stay. Tony 737, single aisle aircraft on long haul makes sense. They are more versatile than larger aircraft and can serve many routes bigger aircraft can't. Oh, brilliant! Mike Waldridge coming in. Bit of a hotel wars going on here. Saying had a lovely stay at Hilton Garden in Heathrow with my members discount and a fab runway view last weekend. So thanks, Big Jet TV, for organising that discount. Oh yeah, man, we love that. We love that. You're in good hands wherever you stay here at London Heathrow, folks. We have a. Oh, so he doesn't work at the Andy doesn't work at the airport. We are a children's app based around the airport with fun airport vehicle characters for kids. Isn't that an ironic thing, Jilly? Yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we? Andy, that is fantastic. Keep an eye on that, Jilly. Paul Skilling, Korean 747, due from Frankfurt, 6:20. Oh, that's so. I tell you what, folks, it's a little bit chilly up here, and when someone brings you a coffee, thank you, Richard. It is more than welcome. Thank you so much. Ian Lyle saying, "Hi, Jerry. Been told from someone who works at Stansted, A380 in and out of Stansted, but they don't know when." Stansted. Interesting. Emirates already operate the 777, which we filmed their return to Stansted, didn't we? Live airside with a crazy enthusiastic captain, like hanging out the window, Jerry, Jerry. That was just great, man. And of course, great to meet that wonderful crew from Sri Lankan Airlines the other day. Oh, okay. I hope they've.
Okay, monsieur. I am going to fly the aircraft today. You are going to taxi it. Well, I don't know, monsieur. I was told that I was going to fly the aircraft and you are going to taxi it. No, monsieur. I can assure you, operations have said to me that I will be flying the aircraft. But I want to fly the aircraft. Here comes the argument. Harry Rundell has upgraded to super class. Wow. Harry, thank you so much. Very humbling, man. Every single time we read one of those out. Airside, Andy, thanks for the mention. We would love to do some sort of collaboration to bring the world of airport to kids. Andy, it is absolutely ironic that you mentioned that, because me and Jilly probably spent the best part of a whole trip back from Coningsby the other week discussing that very idea. So yes, most definitely. Can you contact us at contact@bigjet.tv, please, Andy, and we will have a discussion, or maybe even a meeting. But it sounds great. Always good to get the kids involved. Oh, okay. Got to nip down and get me food, folks. Stand by 2 seconds. I will be 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Oh man, really?
just being lazy. Yeah, but now they're just being lazy and using that as an excuse. Yeah. Sorry about that. Here we are, folks. We're back. Bits and pieces that's upgraded to first class. Will W. I don't really want to disturb anybody, folks. They're working very hard here at the hotel and room service. Stuart Tyne saw the 747 Cosmic Girl landing at Newquay yesterday. A date. I'm sure we got a date for that launch for the for Cosmic Girl, didn't we? For the Chris Pym asking when is the 747 due out of Newquay? Well, it'll be a mission from Newquay, and at the moment we believe that they're still awaiting certification, paperwork and the like to be finalised for that launch. Also, bear in mind, folks, that the aircraft will be departing literally in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night. Oh, look at that. The Rouen tow, mate. Get out, you big galah. It will be in the middle of the night that they will launch the Cosmic Girl mission. John, that's a little bit of banter from me regarding the air crew that had a little bit of a disagreement with Air France. Quite how bad that fight. I mean, they call it a fight. It's not like they sort of like, you know, there's not a lot of. You can't exactly fight on the flight deck of an aircraft, can you? Reach over and reach out and punch somebody's face. You know, it's. I don't know. Kevin Carter loving the Bangladesh livery. Oh, that's very kind. Billy Pierce has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. What a lovely thing to do. Oh, lovely old 767. Here we go. certainly did.
Good old Smoky Joe, the big galah.
The little toe tug, look. Meep meep. It's a monster though.
Look at that.
Onions at dawn.
Vicky Denning, sound is spectacular today. I like that. Thank you. Spectacular. Well, we do have a is it southwesterly we're on, which carries the sound over towards now. Make this world a better place. Tamara Xian, I think, saying the A380 is her favourite aeroplane. I can see why people, both new and long-time AVGEEKs, I can see why you would love the A380. I love it for a number of reasons. It's engineering prowess, the sheer bleeding size of it, and just the look of her. I think she is a great looking aeroplane. Beautiful wing on it. Look at that profile of that wingman. Very bird of prey-ish that we saw earlier on with that kite. Those big ginormous engines, of course. Huge tail assembly on it. Okay. Oh, 328 or 228. Okay. Can you tell us what aircraft he's on? Because yeah, no, I know, but I wouldn't know where to. Wouldn't know where to point 328. Where's 328? Let's just have a look and see where. Look at that. T3, okay. The wingspan of the A380 is longer than the aircraft itself. Wingspan is 80 metres. The length of the aircraft is 72.7. Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? And the width, I believe, the span of the horizontal stabilisers, the rear section of the aircraft, the span of that is somewhere near to an A320, there or thereabouts, or a 737. Oh, I've got him. Okay, well, I've got him. Yeah, I know exactly where he is. So, stand by, sir. I'm going to come to you in a minute. We're just going to let this Qantas 380, the big Roo, get parked up on our stand. Now, there's not going to be anyone on this aircraft because I think the systems when they
take the pin out, the auto brake systems, and of course they will be putting blocks underneath the tyres as well. So bear that in mind. We were discussing the other day about people, about there being air crew or an engineer or whoever it might be on board the aircraft when they're on tow, but majority of the time I've found that that's not the case, that it's always a bit of a ghost ship. Paul Lutas, good afternoon to you, Paul. Qatar 777 bound for Doha, here we go. Smiley, happy 777, look. Whee! He's a young 777, isn't he then? Oh, listen to that. Brake ridden by ground crew. As in, there's not anybody on board it, is there? Because I don't think, is there? I'm going to put... Really? Have to get steps up to it, won't we? I guess. Get that crew off if there are. Brake ridden. Does that mean, is that another word for being the tug is doing the work of the braking system, which it obviously is. In the year 2918. I don't know if there's anybody riding on that 380. I'll come back to it in a minute, but our man on the ground apparently is down there on that stand with that 380. I don't know who he's working for, whether he's a loader or whatever he might be, but apparently he's going to give us a wave. Be careful when you do it, sir, or madam, or just be aware that obviously there's infrastructure around you. What's he working on? What equipment is he on? What is he on that? Is he on that little tug? Or he's going to get blocked out. I was working Miss Moneypenny, so I'm guessing that's what it is, isn't it? Although, yes, it is. It is. It is. Okay, so he's going to be. He's working on that aircraft, right? Okay, so I don't know what. Is that him there? Is that him there? On that loading equipment? Mind you, he... No, okay. Look at the design of those canoes, man. Isn't that beautiful, those All hands on deck now. That's the poo wagon, that is. That's the honey wagon, isn't it? Cool. Appleton Flyboy, there's Waldo. Isha. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Isha not very far away at all. Yes, Andy, that will be fun. Love to get involved. Obviously our man over there is now busy, unable to, obviously, we'll leave him to his work. Whilst this United 787 gathers pace. Poetry in motion, man. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Richard should come up there with his missus. If you're listening, Richard, make sure you come up to the Blue Sky Suite and come and settle yourself in to the Blue Sky, see? Blue Sky Suite, easy for you to say. Yeah, come up with your wife and come and settle in with a nice cup of tea. Maybe some scones. Glenn Corrie, this is a first watching Big Jet TV on a 321neo waiting pushback at T5. Glenn, which is your aircraft? Come on, quickly, tell us which is your aircraft. We'll see if we can spot it. Which gate are you going from, Glenn? It's waiting. It could be on a remote. It could be one on one of the satellite. Could be there. 321. Is that him there? Is it NEO or CEO? Did he say NEO? Okay, so he's on a NEO, so that rules out that one and that one. Let's see. Oh, what's that right at the end there? It's a 321, isn't it? No, it's not. 320. Twin door over the wing. Too much. That's early. Oh, it's the other end of the satellite. Okay. Over the other. Right. 320 or 321, sorry. I thought it was a 321. Poppet TCB, hello to you. Can anybody tell me, Liverpool 67, why you have to go through customs and baggage control again when you land at London Heathrow, then have a connection to Manchester? What a pain in the rear that was. Yeah, that's because you're entering the country at this point, and then I'm guessing at Manchester you probably went straight through, I would imagine, because you've already been checked.
Is that right? Can you tell what you have to go through customs and baggage control again when you land at Heathrow? Then have a connection to Manchester. Okay, so you flew into Heathrow and then on to Manchester. I would imagine Liverpool 67. Am I right or am I wrong? But I would imagine that once you've done that at Heathrow, you'll probably go straight through at Manchester without having to just go and get your baggage, literally. Passport control, all that kind of stuff. But mind you, saying that, if you're flying to London Heathrow and you're on a connecting flight, why would you have to do that? That is interesting. I wonder why that is. Adele Feather. Lovely. Light as a feather. Hello, Adele. Very warm welcome to you. Sam Beck, there's an AM124 at EMA due to leave around 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Probably worth a trip to go and see it. Sam Beck saying. I would have done for that, to be honest with you, Sam. However, I am otherwise preoccupied and pre-booked, I'm afraid. I'm sure there will be another opportunity. AN124. Caught an AN124 EMA a couple of times, haven't we? Definitely caught one landing and it went to remote stand, didn't it? John Grinham, will the Virgin Atlantic 330 have the same livery as the 330 Virgin Atlantic now? John Grinham, yes, is the answer to that. But nice and fresh. Jeffrey Phillips, NEOP, N-E-O-P, P for Papa, is Glenn's Barcelona aircraft. Still no steps. Oh, really? All right. No. Okay, Delta's 333. Watch this undercarriage at the back lift off, man. Watch that. Yeah! Yeah! Love all that componentry in motion, man. Now we're going to get some winglet ribbons, possibly from this Delta jet as she makes a right-hand turn, possibly quite late, or hey, might be early, I don't know, but last one went quite some distance before she made that turn. As soon as they start the turn, that's when the airflow literally ignites those winglets. We get to see a little bit of moisture coming off those winglets. Here we go. Or is it? Can't be any warmer than it. Can't be warmer than it was earlier, but obviously the conditions there. Oh, she's gone, man. She's going. She's going. Wow. It's quite a rapid climb out. Sarah Deal. Sounds heavenly I have planes from Logan go over my house at night, but I can't plane spot 2 well because it's too dark. So there we go, Sarah, loving the sound of these jets going out, man. Oh, it's great that you're getting the atmospherics from the mics, from the mic, should I say? Oh, that's very nice of Jeanette, welcoming all new members. Yeah, of course. In advance as well, folks. Thank you for the likes. We have been getting a tremendous amount of likes recently, and we really we don't know why, but it has been increasing quite rapidly, and we thank you so much for that. Is that 380 coming out? Heidi Heffington, C53. CT, the other angle of attack, the other angle is Air France. They knew the AOA sensors were suspect on the 330. Ah, yes, it was the well, it wasn't only that, but it was actually the first officer who was continually flying that 330 in a nose-up attitude, so much so that eventually the aircraft went into a stall. And little did he know about it till the captain came back on the flight deck and said, "What the hell are you doing?" By which time it was kind of too late. Holly, yes, we will most definitely be doing more evening shows. Definitely in the winter as well, to keep you guys entertained during those long winter nights. Rusty T, the 330 is a lot safer now as a result. The families, though, don't. Well, yeah. Yeah, I'd say that. I would say it was more pilot error, to be honest with you. I mean, really, he didn't get stick shake, which was quite surprising. Oh, hello. You've got to have stick shake if you're going into a storm. Ah, noisy. Someone's angry. Wow. Nice! That was a very angry set of GEs. Gear doors slightly out of sequence. Wow. That was a very angry 777. I'd imagine they're going to be operating that Lufthansa special livery quite soon back out, Gilly, aren't they? I mean, it won't take that long to turn around a 320 Neo. Mark Barr, Sue Freeman, Growlers. Nico, I love the 350, the best looking thing in the skies. There you go, you see, I love that debate. There are reasons why people would look at the 350 as being the most beautiful commercial airliner in the world, or even thing flying in the skies. It is a thing of beauty, isn't it? I think Airbus have done a fantastic job in the design department. But then again, you generally don't get aircraft designed for looks. You get the aircraft designed mainly for aerodynamic efficiency. And it just turns out that the A350 is a beautiful aeroplane.
But then again, so is the 787. I know it's a bit long in the tooth now, isn't it? But look at that very Comet-esque flight deck. Where's our 321 Barcelona-bound jet, GP? Is he coming out yet, or? Long range, Titan Airways, owned by Titan Airways, operating on behalf of Virgin Atlantic. That's a freight, passenger to freight conversion with Airbus right there. And Lufthansa now operating a 321 P2F jet as well, which is pretty cool to see. Probably won't see her in these parts though, I'd imagine. Russ CT, there's also been more training on angle of attack failures and the mess it can leave you in. Yeah, well, you're basically, if your angle of attack sensor goes down, that's why they have one on the left and one on the right. And of course, don't forget that on all the modern commercial jetliners now, with the glass cockpits, when I say glass cockpits, they're computer screens, there is still one traditional old piece of analog equipment, which is the artificial horizon. So that at least gives you a visual if the systems go down. But of course, if you have each system disagreeing with the other, and of course with so much going on in the cockpit, you have to have a very fast thinking and very clever air crew, and which is why you have to go through all those training procedures for in the instance of a failure. Very unlikely these days because there's so many redundancy systems. Wow, he's going out early, man. Look at that. See, don't forget, folks, Virgin Atlantic flight may have come in earlier with a belly load of fish. And some of that obviously going off to the London restaurants and other food places, whereas the some of it may be going on that aircraft out to Brussels or French Sever. It is distant for not far behind it. Very interesting, Mr. Bond. John Grinham loves the 321-200. James Small upgraded his membership to first class. Thank you, James. That's very kind of you. Was driving the belt. Okay. Robbie Whiteley, do you have the Flight Radar 24 app? Pop it, asking TCC. I just can't accept that dual pilot input is still taking place, and each time I hear it, these Air France captains just don't like to say I have control. I can't accept that dual pilot input. Well, I mean, you haven't got anyone else, have you? You can't have, you know, two minds is better than one, number one. Number two, these days, in terms of seniority, that is very much a thing of the past. If a senior first officer wants to override his commander, then he will do so, and he will say, I don't think we should be doing that, I think we should be doing this. And then they will obviously have another look at it and see what's the best outcome or the best solution. Altitude is your friend at the end of the day. Live! There's the Ram Max Royal Air Maroc. Ooh. Sandbeck, lot 737 landing next. Yeah, noticed that a couple of times actually recently. Yesterday, they operated their 800, I think, into London Heathrow. Oh, no, actually, maybe I'm wrong. I think. Nice. Saudi Arabian Airlines Dreamliner out next. Down to Jeddah, I think. Tony McCall, yes indeed. Whoever's flying the aircraft or not flying the aircraft, it doesn't matter. If they want to go around and they implement it or suggest it or call it, then they deal with it when they're on the ground as to who's right and who's wrong. Turkish 330 coming out now. That Turkish 330 will make a left-hand turn, Clyde, when takes for the skies. Mark Barr starting to rain in haze. The aircraft on flight 447. Lee Redmond. I've flown on the 737 MAX, and not once did it appear on my radar or my brain radar in terms of being in any way concerned about the safety of the MAX, because they have so many redundancy procedures now, like I said, and the crew are fully competent and knowledgeable about what they should do in the instance of the systems. They literally just have to flick a switch if there is a John Grinham liking the livery of the Saudi Arabian jet. decency.
Russell T. What spooked the pilot flying 447 was an odd smell in the cockpit prior to the ventilator. This was ozone from the St. Elmo's fire flashing outside. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that smell in the cockpit would have obviously been, we're talking about the volcanic ash.
I think the thing that caught that whole 447 out was the fact that they perhaps weren't expecting the cloud top to be as high as it was, and also the amount of debris that was in that cloud to be carried as high as it was. I think they may have thought that they were possibly clear of it by flying at such a high altitude, but they weren't to know, were they? What was the biggest, freakiest bit? Obviously, with the losing the engines is not a good thing, but the shot blasting of the windshield. She's got a dirty bum, man. Look at that. That's aircraft seen a few miles in it. Wow. So you might find that in a couple of years that these aircraft, much like some of the older generation aircraft, will actually be banned from flying into some airspaces. One country has already banned the 747, although it's a bit late because there's none left. And I think they also have a special criteria for allowing 747 freighters in. Make a big turn left. Ribbons. Nice. So nice. As he, oh, is this our man here, Jilly? Oh no, it's a 320 Neo, isn't it? Hold on a minute. GP, oh no, it's a IAE powered CEO jet. Of course, instantly recognisable with its type of, they're called sharklets, aren't they? Old school, very old school, original Airbus. Neo. Yeah, that is Oscar Papa. Which side's he on? It's 321 though, isn't it? It's not a 320, is it? Oh, I thought it was a 320. Okay. Well, that's certainly our friend off to Barcelona. Get that torch on, mate. Get that torch on if you're on the left-hand side. Love Hansa. There we go. There it is. Oh, okay. So he won't be in the window seat then. He's in an aisle seat, isn't he? 53 is going to be back there somewhere, isn't he? What? That's the E2 E-Jet Embraer. Very easily identifiable by its massive engines, but also by the flattened, raked wingtip. It's a brand new wing on that aeroplane. Basically, from the wing root out, everything's new. Even new undercarriage, I think. Well, newly moved undercarriage. I think the manufacturer will probably be the same still, I'd imagine, but they will have had to have slightly made very small adjustment to the undercarriage rake, I think. Very small, so small that you can't even notice it. It's only on paper that you'll notice it. Oh, bless you. I always love it when I fly on a Neo, because when you're boarding the aircraft, just before you board it, you look on the right and you'll see, oh, I'm going to get a, let me just stand by, folks. Stand by, folks, wait a second. Sorry about that. Mart UK1. You're singing. Sound amazing through the sound. I'd rather you hear the planes than my bleeding singing. It's got an out of alignment nose cone, look. Barcelona, Barcelona. You there, Jilly? Jilly? Oh, okay, sorry. That's fine, that's fine. Oh, it's not their 500th Iberia A350, not their new one, is it? Don't look like it. Special livery on their new one, hasn't it? It's got an extra 2 tons capacity as well on their new 350. I'm guessing that Airbus will be offering that all to all their future, all the future Airbus 350 orders. I think they've just found a way of adding another 2 tons. 2-ton test from Teddington can now sit on that aeroplane without carrying more fuel. I don't think it's more range, it's just more carrying capacity. So therefore, greater, most importantly, I'd imagine, freight capability on the A350. 900 passenger jet, that is. Like I just said, Iberia taking delivery of the 500th. It's crazy, isn't it, actually, when you think about it? It's a lot of 350s in a relatively short space of time. Is this our man? Is this our Barcelona-bound jet? I think it is. Here he goes. Glenn, isn't it, Chilly? Have a good flight, sir. And thank you for your support. Randy Bushbound, Paul G. No, agree that T3 is due a refurb. I don't know. I think T3 is quite quite modern in some ways. Travelling through there recently, thinking to myself, could we do better? T2 and T3 looks good. Okay, you're just saying that T3 needs a refurb. A little bit confused there. Some parts of T3, when you walk through it, are the old sort of, like there's a new segment to T3 that was bolted on, wasn't there? Oh, here we go. Stand by. Tune in. super special. EK super heavy. Just EK super. Yes. William Grant. As teenagers, we would ride down. Ride, you see, yeah? Before all the big fencing went up around the airport. So many different places. Back then, of course, security wasn't such a major thing, was it? It probably was behind the scenes when all the hijackings and all that kind of crazy stuff went off in the 70s. But certainly, security around the airports was still there, but probably a lot, like I say, more behind scenes. And you were able to access a lot more areas and picket white fences and things like that. I mean, way back in the day, when the airport still had its like 5 or 6 runways, or however many it had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. Literally, you know, there was just a fence, a little picket white fence. None shall pass. Happy looking 777. Good friends at Q8 as well. Ah, oh, big angry 777 coming out behind him. Look. Oh, engine start. What have they done there? Cordoned off there. Is that hole? No, it can't be. It is. Wow. That hole. Are they doing some work over there? They must be doing some work over there. Oh, hello. Got caught by a bit of a gust from the left there. A little bit of a ground turbulence. I'll let you finish it off. Hello, mate. Hello, mate. Oh, he's come to show his wings off. Hello, mate. Oh, look at him, mate. Look at him. That's not a wing. This is a wing. Look at that. See what I mean about the A380 wing? When you look at his profile from behind, or her profile from behind. Look at that, man. Look at that. Rudder control as well with his tail feathers. Brilliant. Andy P. Texas Taco. No wing wave, Texas Taco. First of all, he wouldn't have known we were here. And secondly, it would be most definitely against regulations. Interestingly, like I said, looks like they've shut that whole section off down there. All those gates have been deactivated, which obviously means they're obviously fitting some of the some of the passenger doing quite a lot of construction work down there, finishing it off because yeah, might be done by what, September 2025. Ah, that's a great looking 350. Strictly against regulations, I would say, for a wing wave to be implemented by any pilot here at London Heathrow. Be severely reprimanded by the airline and also by London Heathrow as well, possibly even fined, I think. Philip Jones, that was and is a red kite. Lots of families of red kites. Hopefully not going to be affected by this whole would that have not made sense to do that a while ago? Mike saying, what? Do what? What, Mike? Oh yeah, the roadworks, taxiway works. That's what was making all the racket. Bada bing, bada bong! Concorde 444, Lima Foxtrot, the newest 787-10 taxi pass now off to Boston. Is that her there? Did I miss that? I'm sorry. That is British Airways' most recently introduced 787-10. No, it's just changing taxiways. Yeah. Off to Boston. Boom. Clean shears, man. Still got that new plane smell. So with British Airways bringing on more routes and all that kind of stuff, I would imagine that these gates will be put into action because they're always empty, these gates here. Always appear to be anyway. Hello, big lad. John Stoner likes the China livery. The China Airlines, I'm guessing you're saying there's John. Beautiful chair at China Airlines. Taiwan 350 also had a beautiful interior design, Will W saying. Oh, that's interesting. So they've, yeah. It has to be said that all airlines have even though they're nice and comfortable, have a pretty bland interior, don't they? See the gear level out there. It's a procedure with the 777 and other aircraft as well, with Boeing. I think the 767 might also have it, with the tilting undercarriage. The reason for that is so that they can stow the undercarriage cleanly. Otherwise, it would foul on the open door system. So there is a system on the undercarriage, which tilts it with a hydraulic ram, pulling the undercarriage up and level, and then it will retract up into the undercarriage bay. How you doing, folks? Hope you're well. Wednesday, 5:16 here in London. Hope everybody's doing well wherever you are, having a good week, whatever it is you're doing. Just gone midday in New York City, but it is 1:16 a.m. in Tokyo. Brisbane, another hour on, 2:16 a.m. Auckland, 5:16 a.m. Huge country is Australia. Great continent. We asked that. 12:17 in the afternoon in Toronto as well. 10:17 in Calgary. Mumbai, 9:17. Good day to everybody in Mumbai. And Lerville as well, 12:17 in the afternoon. And of course, don't forget, folks, we are still planning to go back to Louisville for a freighter special with UPS. I think they've been furnished with all the information that they need now. And mind that! 8:17 in the morning in Anchorage. Those bleeding mooses, they'll be walking up the, feeding themselves, won't they? Oh, see, he's come all the way round. That's interesting. So they've opened up, as you can see, they've opened up all those gates down there, folks. So it looks like this guy, this is very interesting. Yeah, he's going to gate, So interestingly enough, they've closed off the other end now. So that'll be closed for another year down at the other end while they dig a hole and fill it in. Oh, John, can you get Steve over here and bring Bert and Harry and all? We've got a hole and we need help digging it, and for someone to stand there on their mobile phone, and another one to look on the at the newspaper, and another one to make the tea. So get over here as soon as you can, please, Harry. Only joking, of course. A little bit of banter amongst our UK workforce, working very hard to obviously do whatever they have to do there. Is that new runway, is that new taxiway lights possibly being put in there? I don't know. New signage? I don't know. It's quite a significant thing having to close that entire taxiway off, is it not? Hold it right there, Shemshan. Diagonal lines above most cabin doors, Douglas Butcher, are the water drop rails. Yes, drip rails, and if they are, how come they don't disturb airflow over the fuselage? Douglas Butcher, very good point that. Because they are so minimalistic, those, what he's talking about is the drip lines that you see over the doors. You can see they're very, very minimalistic, and obviously angled to allow the water to run away and not drip down over the door when the walkway is attached to the aircraft, because it's obviously not a watertight seal, so they have to minimise any likelihood of water coming into the or over the doorway. So that's why those drip lines are where they are, but it is obviously for a reason, and it will make absolute minimal airflow change. Obviously, if it did, they would obviously not do it, but because it is such a thin, it's only less than it's about an inch deep. I'm guessing that they probably, you know,
Hilton, Squirrel. John Stone, I do remember Indian Airline, the undercarriage had a delay. I do remember Indian Airline, the undercarriage had a delay.
We're talking about the undercarriage. Yeah, the undercarriage. Yes, it did have a delay, didn't it?
If Jerry flew on Japan Airlines, I'd speak to our rep as we do then, like Wilson's page saying, okay, well, who knows?
We will certainly be flying ANA, I'd imagine, to Narita. Of course, the folks at ANA have asked us that we contact them when we fly. Nothing special with them, but the most important thing for us is not so much the flight there, but the action that we get. Funky shot, funky shot. But the action that we get there, that's what's my flight is not really important when it comes to what we do. What is important is the content that we deliver whence we are there. This is BEA, is it, or is that an Embraer? No, it's an Embraer, sorry. So, little
A220 about to depart. Al Winter tuning in from Abu Dhabi. Good day to you, Al. Richard Sealing, hello from Chicago. Dreamlifter operated by Italy. Dropped a wheel off. Yes, we saw it. Very dramatic. Not seen anything like that since.
Enemy coast ahead, skipper. Right, boys, keep your eyes peeled. Watch out for flak. Watch out for enemy fighters. Rear gunner, stay awake. Right you are, skipper. Mind you, didn't they? They took out the top turret, didn't they? For weight saving. Top turret, I think the turret, whole turret assembly weighing like God knows how many tons. Back in those days, they didn't really care about materials, did they? Lightweight alloys and stuff. A lot of steel going in there as well. 787-10. The newest aircraft with British Airways. Stretching her wings, look. Like an angel. Very nice. Did ask earlier about the volume of deliveries, Boeing versus Airbus deliveries, not orders, but deliveries. Still keen to find out. Big American trip coming out. Like smoky, those Trents, aren't they? Hey. Someone's angry. See those ground spoilers, or now spoilers on the wings just ever so slightly. It's all auto systems doing that. Overspeed, just to scrub off a little bit of speed. Keep her in a straight line using the flaperons and the ailerons. Of course, the rudder is now kind of redundant, really, unless they need to make a massive change of direction almost all of a sudden. But everything done off the those flaperons and the ailerons. Diesel Dreamliner. Oh yeah, Ammo 19, yeah. Diane 78, beautiful wing flips. Deliveries limited to supply chain issues, O'Malley. Yes, Boeing's deliveries were subject mainly to a hold on deliveries based on safety checks, which have now been completely cleared by the FAA, I'm guessing, out there. Is it the Civil Aviation Authority? It's the Federal Aviation Authority out there. Mark Slade, Boeing slightly ahead. That does not surprise me, I've got to be honest with you, because they had a serious backlog of 787s literally sitting there waiting to be delivered, along with, of course, all the Maxes as well. So, whereas Airbus don't have a huge amount of aircraft sitting there waiting for delivery, they tend to get on with it because they haven't had those issues as Boeing have had. So it doesn't surprise me that Boeing, all of a sudden, you'll see a massive spike in deliveries from Boeing. Mike does prefer the look of Airbus over Boeing. Oh, I don't know. I'm not even on the fence with that one. I love them both. I love all aircraft for whatever reason it might be. I love the 777. Such a classic sort of like big bruiser of an aircraft in it. Classic shape. No sort of like, modernistic, sleek front end like you see on the Dreamliner, for example. Of course, they've really stepped up the game with advanced wind tunnel techniques, fluid dynamics and that kind of thing, being able to shave off such a lot of, or increase the fuel efficiency, improve the efficiency of the aircraft by the design of it. Abby Garvey, can't wait for my flight to Heathrow next month. Will W, Mrs. Varig. Now, interestingly enough, Jilly, you know that chap who sent in those images and we were talking about doing a slideshow? I really like the idea of it, because as soon as I looked at the first one, I was like, oh, wow, look at that. Oh, look at that in the background. Oh, blimey, look at that. British Airways 707 freighters. You don't even think about that. So, yeah. Oh, my good God. Right, OK. Well, he needs to do an edit then, because we'll probably be spending the best part of, I'd say, maybe even 30 seconds on each image. So you need to figure in if we're going to do an hour's show, yeah. Doug Bone is a new member. Welcome, Doug. If we're going to do an hour's show, and I also need to figure out how we're going to do the whole slideshow thing with me. Sort of like, do I control the slide? Do we put it into an edit and I have to maximise 30 seconds? I guess that would be quite cool, actually, doing it that way, because then it's guaranteeing 30 seconds, isn't it? Yeah. And then, yeah. We could pause it. Can't we? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I think that'll be really cool. So he needs to do a sort of like an edit. And he needs to do it. He needs to do it. Yes. He needs to do it in a way that, if he says he's got thousands, that must be from different eras, different years and different times and all that kind of thing. And somebody just mentioning Varig there. Varig used to fly their 707s, I think, into London Heathrow. but of course got the Convair as well. Did Varig operate a Convair? I think back in the old days, they might have had a Caravelle with Convair. I'm not sure. With Varig, sorry. Convair, of course, the Coronado, wasn't it? Convair Coronados. Oh, just so many classic old aeroplanes. But if you're wondering what I'm talking about, folks, we had a contact from one of our members who has got thousands of old pictures, obviously images, stills that he took here from, I'd imagine, the Queen's Building many moons ago, decades and decades ago. And he used to be the announcer as well. Yes, he used to be the announcer, or one of the announcers at the Queen's Building. Can you believe that? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, on your left you'll see... That's brilliant, man. It's like me, just talking and talking all the time, isn't it? It's great, man. Yeah. And this is the third aircraft of... What's that? DC-10s probably, I'd imagine. Boeing are far more streamlined than Airbus. It is harder to slow a Boeing down for final approach. Martin Jordan saying, oh. Jazz. So it was DC-10s that Varig had. Yes, of course. Blue and silver, I seem to remember. Digital Dave, it's 5:30 p.m. and end of the week for him. End of the work day for him, sorry. Wilson's page got some nice photos of Cathay Pacific 747 freighter. So what we're thinking of, folks, is we think we might do an hour's show with all of us joining in and reminiscing about the old days, and you know, we talk about the new modern age of aeroplanes that we see nowadays. Yeah, exactly, because there's going to be people commenting and all that kind of stuff. But it's great. I think it will be a great thing to do, and I think we're going to do it. John Stoner, nice to see Alitalia, old livery. Are you talking about on the pictures? Flew on a Varig DC-1030 to London, Will W. saying. Wow, Varig had both DC-10s and MD-11s, Russell saying. Yes, later on when the MD-11, when Boeing purchased the operator, the manufacturer. I remember the Queen's Building, my mum worked there, Tony Duty saying. Brilliant. Varig had both DC-10s and MD-11s. Brian McCann, thank you. O'Malley, safe to say both members of the duo poly have massive backlogs. Oh, duopoly. I'm guessing he's talking about the O'Malley saying he's no doubt talking about the Airbus and Boeing. Unless that's a typo, I don't know. Bypass ratio, proper modern jetliner. So we could get a nice little startup with this 320 Neo. It's quite a little mini GE90 startup noise, and it's quite long as well. So listen out for this. Les Donaldson. DC-8s. It's Harvey Asser. Never heard of him. John Stoner. Old days of the VC-10 Jumbos, Boeing 707s and the Viscounts. Oh yes. Jason Hendon used to buy his models from the Queen's Building. Gift shop. Wow, so many memories, man. Lars Lodfist, welcome back, Lars. Ward Air 747s. Out of Leeds, Bradford. Chilly's seen that. Jazz was at London XL today entertaining customers, grabbed a load of subways. Silence and took them down to the road. Took out London City, they loved it, spotting picnic while wheeling and dealing. May 2022, that Neo, Russ CT saying, thank you Russ. Very new aeroplane. Kenny Goetz, lucky enough to fly Continental Airlines to Hawaii twice. Once on a 747-200 and once on a DC-10. Wow. Via LAX. Good old days, man. Yeah. Oh, Hamo 19. Love a bit of aviation nostalgia. Britannia's for me. I flew with my dad on the British Eagle Britannia when he flew with it. On the jump seat, proper old school, man. We're talking about real analog display, or just not that far off of sort of like Lancaster bomber interiors, or crazy, man. Get your nose painted, mate. Looks very odd now. Okay, you're going to see this guy do his full and free movement check. Elevators, rudder, flaps will be extended. And then we'll see ground spoiler check. Oh, that Iberia jet. Very possibly. It's quite common now for pilots to start one engine, taxi on that engine up to a certain point, and then start number two a little further out when he's on his way up towards the runway. Where's he going then? Where are you going, son? Or is he going to? I think he might be. BA 380 going to Washington, folks. Get ready to share it to your friends. Michael Simpson, welcome back as a member here on Big Jet TV. Stuart Frodsham, 320, just moving on one engine. Yeah, we will see. You do see that quite a lot. I've been in that situation before where aircraft have started their number two engine on their way up to the entry point. Even 777s. Rolls-Royce engines. I think she might be being towed somewhere. Maybe over to a gate over here. She may be coming over there somewhere, maybe. So, anyone going to try and guess which will be the first A330 900, or sorry, 300 to be retired with the Virgin Atlantic fleet in sympathy of their new A339. Great looking aeroplane, the Neo, 330 Neo. Really sort of like easily mistakable if you look at it very briefly for a 350. Obviously, the front end is completely different, and a lot of it is completely different. But tail section, not a great deal of difference between that and the 350. Of course, the APU on the 350 is chrome. Is an alloy, much like the Dreamliner. Sharon Evans flew back from Washington on a BA 380 on Monday. Great flight, yes. Oh, lovely old liveried Lufthansa 320 Neo. Is that 380 pushing back the Washington-bound 380? You could just about hear her starting her engines. Okay, Michael Simpson, welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. I'm just going to nip down and get a coat. Don't go too far. I'm going to leave it on that shot right there so you can see. 2 seconds. Well, not 2 seconds, 2 minutes. 3 minutes and 48 seconds. That's not bad at all, mate. 3? Yeah, no, I said 3. Oh, Asiana 350 just touched down. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Oh, really? Okay, so Alaska, well, Anchorage, first snow yesterday. Oh, kind of want to be there. Got to put that moose encounter up though, man. The whole thing. I think everybody who was watching it was keeping quiet and all, weren't they? Yeah, Trent 7 power. Yeah. Okay, no tilting mechanism on the A330 undercarriage. But I think we've got a 777 lined up next. Is it a 777 or a 350? I can't see. I'll just look back very briefly. So 350, China Eastern 350. No. And look who's coming out. Get sharing, folks, get sharing. Oh, okay. Everyone hid. Oh, it's a 330, not 350. Double bubble 330. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful, man. Cloud base is that cloud base is getting a little bit lower because the other one's gone. Let's check and see what the altitude is on that. 1,600 feet. $1,800 feet. Try and get an idea on that cloud base. Quite blustery up here now. And keep the cameras rolling for you, folks. She's all lit up. She's all lit up. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. IAD. This is a little Bulgarian jet, is it? Oh, there's your, oh no. Big old nose on her, look. Oh, taxiway change there. Amazing flight deck to visit if you ever get the chance, folks. And a couple of folks, someone saying earlier on that their flight has been changed to one of their destinations from a 777 to an A380. Lucky them. If you get the chance, and you will be able to, I have no doubt about it at all. Just ask the when you get on the aircraft, or or at some point when it's convenient for the air crew. Just ask if it's all right if you visit the flight deck after they touch down at your destination. I can almost guarantee you will get an affirmative, and they will be more than happy to welcome you on the flight deck. Amazing flight deck to visit the A380, because you literally step up into it like you would do a house up north. A couple of stone steps, flower pots hanging out of the number 44 written on the side. Hey, oh hello there, welcome to the flight deck. You got any tea? Oh, I got tea. Would you like something? We got a barm cake as well if you want one. Oh, thanks very much. From me mate down roll. Jimmy from Sweden. Blimey. Really? Oh, it's a bit dodgy, isn't it? Intersect. Oh, hello. Who's that coming out? Oh, I know, it's Asiana coming in. Yeah, there you go. You see, coming through that new gated complex. Yeah. Great shot. London Heathrow. Don't mind the whippet. First officer's going to take him out foot walk. Come on, lad, jump in seat. I'm saying that all BA 380 pilots are from Yorkshire. Do you play cricket, son? Is that a startup? Is that a startup? It's very slow. It is. Oh, it sounds a bit ropey, that does. What are you doing there? I think that might be an engine test. A ground run. Just a start, I believe. It sounded very ropey. It sounded like I had a sore throat. I don't want to stop. Alan Bennett class. There's a new thing coming out, isn't there, with what's his name? It looks quite funny, but sometimes that is the case. They use all the funny bits on the trailer, and the rest of it's not very good. With what's his name? That's definitely testing, doing a ground run. Condensation. 70 tons of air a minute ingested into those engines, folks. 70 tons a minute. What is that per second? Well, it's just over a ton a second, isn't it? Yeah. Beautiful. Oh, look at that wing profile, man. No, man. You know. Yeah. Harry Enfield, yeah, that's it. Lights are on, folks. Lights are on. Cheryl Kitchen, yes, that is what we are basically referring to, the Hail and Pace sketch for Yorkshire Airlines, with toilet bolted to side, outdoor bog. What was the slogan? If you don't fly outside Yorkshire, it ain't bloody worth going, or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if the 787 knows influenced the 350 designers. Well, yes. I'm guessing that all design departments kind of have their throw on it, but they will take influence from, you know, because the 787, mind you, the 787 was way ahead of the 350, wasn't it, in terms of so, oh no, he is, they're putting him out. Blimey, I had no idea. Okay, they started the engine. What's all that about? Is he maybe going to maintenance? Mind you, Les the barman. I like the geezer in the pub. Hello, mate. Yeah, you want a nudge there? Hold that one, hold the melons and nudge. Oh, no, you shouldn't have done that. Anyway, sorry, digressing. I do apologise, I'm going off subject here. Mind you, it's Yorkshire Airlines and all that. Yeah. Yeah, it's my, sorry, that's my fault. I delete my own comments. Hold on. Yorkshire Airlines, and that's it. That's all I'm saying. Let me just have a look. Yeah, going to Baltimore, this 787. So going to Baltimore. Wow. I think that's the first time I've ever called. I think that's the first time I've ever called a jetliner going out to Baltimore. Honestly. .380 next, folks. Squid end. Saw another. No, I can't say. It's not aviation related. Squirrel, a red squirrel or a grey squirrel? Rab says I need to do a full Leeds Bradford show in a Yorkshire accent. I don't know if I could hold that on for that long. Yeah. But yeah, it's another 737. Far too PC, mate. Yeah. PC it ruined it, didn't it? Yeah. Here we go, folks. Is this IAD bound, I believe? Big heavy A380. Double-decker special. Speedbird Super. It's quite angry, isn't he? He's in a bit of a hurry. Look out on that beautiful wing, man. I think it was seat 56A, wasn't it? On the 380 that I've sat on? I don't know. I can't remember. In the cheap seats as well, I think. Even the cheap seats, it's like bleeding armchair. I tells yous. Welcome to the cheap seats. Doink. Heidi Heffington maintaining. We could get some great shows at Washington, Dulles. We've discussed that before, haven't we? Les Donaldson doing up on the Sean Doric. Sandy Humby, he's nearly an hour late. Is that 380 nearly an hour late? Dissect. Absolute shot. 767 coming out. Tim Rotunda, yeah, good point. How do they number those seats? And yeah, upper and lower and deck 1, deck 2, I don't know. Poop deck? Ooh. So 2 767s coming out. Who's that? Experiences with the aircraft, pits not loading on flight radar 24. Wayne Hartshorn, yes. It appears that they are experiencing problems with flight radar 24 at the moment, which is a great shame because it's only since we started doing stuff with them in it. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully they'll get it fixed for the weekend. Maybe doing some upgrades, folks. Wow, Blix. Blix saying flown both 380 and 787 within the last 24 hours can confirm that even cheap seats are good. They are, aren't they? Oh, they most definitely are. 767 next to come out. I think we've got a double 767 delivery coming out right now. First one heading to Boston in the new livery, and the one behind it going to New York in the older livery, I believe. Here we go. Here's the first one. Boston bound. Wow, he's in a hurry, isn't he? It's amazing to see that wing flex up just before he rotates. Watch the next one, folks. Watch the next one. When he, just before he rotates, you'll see that wing really pull up and flex. It's not like the Dreamliner where it eventually slowly flexes up to its not, I wouldn't say it's maximum flex, because I don't know at what point it flexes to the max. But just watch it. So flat now, as you can see, almost horizontal. See a little bit of the wing, a little tiny bit of flex up, but watch at the rotate point, watch the outboard section of the wing suddenly pull and flex. Watch it. It goes now, starting to flex up now, and then when it rotates, there's that sudden. There it is. Yeah, you can see it bending, man. Look at that. Undercarriage tilt. Oh, maybe not. I think it maybe doesn't. I thought it did, but it doesn't. We'll be right back after these words. Oh, funky shot. Yeah, the 767 Brigade. There they go. Smoky Joe, man. Look at her, man. Poop deck. Not a nice place to fly on the poop deck. Especially have to clean up after itself. Oi! Oh, something's starting up. That might be the number 2 engine on that Dreamliner starting that we can hear there. Tim Rotunda loves the 767 but loves the 757 more. Yeah, I can understand that. Classic old aeroplane in it, the 75, especially that big long stretchy 300 variant. It's my favourite. My favourite 757 in the world has to go to Iceland Air with their not the Aurora Borealis aircraft, but the pinstripe one with the red and blue stripe down the side of it. Which is absolutely awesome, and it's engine cowls in yellow, which are kind of like almost looks a bit odd, but it just works for me anyway. I do like the new livery, I've got to say, I do like the new livery, but I still like the old school livery of a bit like what Lufthansa have done. I think I prefer the new livery of Iceland Air, what they've done, than I do the Lufthansa one, because the Lufthansa one is pretty standard amongst, you know, with the tail droop, you know, that kind of livery where you see, you know, the tail blending into the fuselage, much like you see with Qantas and all that. But, you know, certain aircraft just look really smart, don't they? Like the Roo there, with a big old flipping statement there. It's on a ship, isn't it? It's one of the decks on the ship, isn't it? I think it's, I don't know if it's that's the upper or lower deck. I don't know, man. Ryan Chapelhow, I think they mean standard class seat. Jimmy, Jerry, how is it to walk by foot around London Heathrow? I have 15 hours. I have 15 hours at London Heathrow in November and want to get the most out of it. Rental car is not an option. Jimmy is one of these airports that you can walk the entire perimeter. Yes, do your research, Jimmy. Go to Google Earth. From whichever a hotel you're staying at, work your way around from there. What hotel are you staying at, Jimmy? Wayne Hartshaw, fully agree, love the 100 years of independent delivery on the 757. Is that the 100 years? On the Icelandair 757. Yeah. Michael Barber, come to Airman, get your DHL 757 fixed. Done that, Michael. Of course, it will only be DHL, really. And we do get a few hot. I don't know. Not really sure. I don't really know. Oh, second engine start. That's inside the infield section at Virgin Atlantic. No, I'm just saying. It was just saying that it was my favourite 757. There's a tilt mechanism on the Dreamliner. Yeah, it's not on the 767 from what I can see, unless I missed it. But I think it's most definitely on the 777 and the 787. You can see that undercarriage tilting forward to make it fit. Lights are on, yeah, indeed. All the lights on the airfield are on. This camera actually makes it look a lot lighter than what it actually is. It's really starting to darken here underneath. Oh, should I say? You can see right into Terminal 5 lounge there. Always like to fly out of T5, to be honest with you. Especially ones like Lufthansa and out of T2. But Heathrow T5 is always good when you're doing a domestic route, because you're almost always guaranteed to be flying. Normally, I'm down there at the very low gates, but yeah. Going to get the bleeding Christmas lights up there in a minute, aren't they? Thomas Morehouse. Registration is a bit. Registration decision is they either request it like a private plate on a car, or they just go on the because. As you can see, as you've seen with the A320 fleet with Boeing, A to Z, literally, NEO, and then A B C D E F G, etc., etc. But NOAA, NEO, NEOS, or whatever it might be. That's something that I believe that. The airline administrative department make the purchase, and it's not one that's just naturally assigned to the aircraft. It's usually pre-done by the airline themselves. That's what was making all the noise starting up. Winglets, Peter Henry asked, if winglets are all supposed to do the same job, why are there so many different designs? Well, Peter, that's just literally down to the aircraft designers and what works best for a specific aircraft. Boeing opting for the raked wingtip design. And I would call it a blended wingtip, to be perfectly honest with you. Much like the upswept winglet of the new modern jets. It's just advancements in design, isn't it? You know, they obviously wind tunnel test all this kind of stuff. They do 3D tests on wind, on airflow on the wing, and Boeing have, of course, opted for this raked or extended winglet, which doesn't really bend upwards, much like the 350. 787 winglet, of course, is also a blended winglet, but it's a modern type of design on the a modern take of the raked wingtip on the Dreamliner. It's just a more advanced style, I'm guessing is the best way to say it. It is all down to aircraft designers and, of course, what works best in the wind tunnels. Oh, Finnair 350. Nice. What's that, Chico? Nah. No, the passengers don't have any say on the design of the aircraft. The winglet does improve the airflow of the wing, especially the far exit point of the wing. That's the last point at which the airflow. It's the most sort of like turbulent part of the wing, and therefore to clean up that airflow. So you can see the winglet on this thing. Look at that thing, man. Look at that winglet there, man. Oh, interesting. So therefore the A350 potentially. That's why, and of course the folding winglet on the folding wing tip. Sorry, should I say, on the A350 on the 777X. That's an old 200 4-door with no winglet. Doesn't even have a raked wingtip, even though it is a long-range variant. I think some of these what I call the cut wing. So he obviously hasn't seen. He's not in the loop. Is he not in the loop? Well, just tell him to please liaise with. Tell him to liaise with Alex then. Okay, please liaise with Alex because he has the most recent update. And please keep himself in the loop as well with Alex, because otherwise we don't need a drop in comms on the day, do we? 737 non-max. John Stoner, like a bird of prey. Yes, yeah, I can almost say for sure that modern designers have definitely looked at large birds of prey for influence in their wing design. Most definitely the A380 with the eagle, or these big birds of prey have amazing wing profiles. Say it again. Aviation in 4K. My dad is departing on Virgin A330 to JFK, due out at 6:20. Small delay, 6:39. Okay, well, we'll hang around for that then, shall we? Oh, start up. Where's that? Where's that? Floofage. A little bit more. Get into the scene, man. Firing up down there. Is that a triple? Yeah, I think it's a triple. A321 now. Welcome to premium. What's this? That's a bit weird, Gilly. I've never had that before. I can see it says welcome to premium and there's no one underneath it. Yeah, very weird. Never seen that before. That's the first time. I don't think it was a message. I think it was just a banner. The banner. I think it was just. Nice. Sounds heavy, doesn't it? In the night air. Engine sounds heavier, more dramatic. Big Roo looking very smart under the lights over there. Looking very smart indeed. Yeah. Declan Dolan, I've always wondered why high-tech camera interfaces look like they were designed in the 80s. It does, doesn't it? It's very basic, isn't it? It is very 1980s or 90s. Jimmy, LHR is seriously the best airport in the world. You are spoiled, Jerry. We are spoiled, Jimmy. Yes, I am. I believe so. Yeah. Jazz, take care.
Chicky Armitage. Gonna go and pick up her dog. You stay with a friend while we're on vacation. Wish you a great day and evening. Chicky Armitage, thank you very much indeed. All the very best to you. Speak to you soon. Thank you, Chicky. Get this undercarriage now. Watch him tilt forward, folks. There he goes. You see it tilt forward. Qantas, yeah. Victor Oscar, folks, apparently. Oh no. Okay. Oscar, Oscar. Oscar, Oscar. G'day. Or is it Oscar Delta? Is it Oscar Delta or Oscar Oscar? Okay. Oh. Quebec Delta. Say it again. 777 rush hour, Michael K. Where is our? I'll tell you what, our A330 with our video guy's dad on board. I think it's probably going to come out of the infield there. Why not? And probably pop out from over here. And taxi up here, round there and over there and up to the runway. Brian McCann. No, it's not the engine failure one, my friend. As far as I'm aware. Very expensive repair that was. Beautiful. Tim Rotunda, what's this? If the transonic truss braced wing ever makes it into production, I kind of think we'll lose that beautiful wing feel. Transonic truss braced wing. Cool, blimey. Have a look at that. Transonic. Let's just have a little look. Transonic truss braced wing. Here we go on Google. Oh blimey, yeah, very odd. So overwing design with a brace underneath it, with a large brace. Wow. And the reason why that brace is there, I'm guessing, is because the wing is so flipping long. High ratio wing. This is the Royal Air Maroc 737 MAX. Oh, come on now. Nicely lit up for all to see. Oh, here we go. Biman Bangladesh 787. Good looking livery, this. Do like it. I like it when they paint the model of the aircraft on the side as well. The big 787 on there like that.
I think that's actually, when you see that, it means that it's been painted, possibly at the facility. The Roux's about to move, going to gate. Boeing truss braced wing. Wow, we're a long way off of that. I think half of us will be talking to the trees by the time that truss braced wing comes into effect. I think it'll probably be, it's because it's just such a big long wing on it, isn't it? Steve Wright in the afternoon. So 39. Is it Aviation in 4K? Is it? What's? Yeah. Is it his dad flying out on the 330? The big row's going to be moved to gate. Gary Lyon, yes indeed, doesn't look, it's not the best looking thing, is it? The old transonic braced wing with Boeing. Very odd looking thing. Can't help but think that that brace is going to get in the way of ground equipment as well. You know, the moving of vehicles. I don't know, probably not, but you know. Anyway, we're a long way off of it. There'll be worms crawling in and out of my eyes by the time that comes into effect. Tim Rotunda is going to go on strike if Boeing do another version of the 737. And yes, I think it's just at this stage, I think it's just purely a what do you call it, a prototype. That's it, prototype at this stage. Oh my God, yeah, I can see him. Yeah. He is minuscule, isn't he? Look. Wow, look at the size of that thing, man. I've been fortunate enough at Lufthansa to at Munich to have been, or was it Frankfurt? No, it was Munich, to go and film inside, well not inside, but up into the A380 undercarriage bay. And trust me, it is humongous, the space in there. Spaceman! John Stoner, Qantas is going in that direction, my friend, because it's going to gate. It is going to be, it's going to gate now after having spent some time at remote stand. They are ready to receive her at gate, and she will then be loaded with passengers, a little bit of freight, and of course all of their baggage. Concept LFC, and there we go. No, not prototype. Yeah, of course it's not. It's a concept aircraft. Yeah, prototype. Prototype is when they actually build it, isn't it? My apologies. Concept aircraft. Thank you, LFC Ian. Jamie Horrobin. Virgin do not have any 380s. They were originally right at the get-go when Airbus announced the 380 program. Virgin were going to fly the 380. I bet they breathed a big sigh of relief when all that stuff hit the fan with COVID, etc., etc. But Yeah, they pulled the plug quite some time into the programme, did they not? Here comes our man. Where's he at? Flash your light, mate. Flash your light. Go inside. Yeah. Getting down to the nitty-gritty now with the focus. Umzi 78. Well, Umzi 78 without, well, it's been a very entertaining show, I'd say. Concept. Yes. High aspect wing ratio. High aspect ratio wing is what all of these new manufacturers are looking to achieve. Like a big glider wing. I mean, the ultimate high aspect ratio wing is a glider wing. Have a look at this. Good in the dark, man. Looking good in the dark. And this is our final departure of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Virgin Atlantic A330-300. Golf Echo Mike, bound for JFK. Virgin 137 Yankee. Also, Jilly, I was going to say, I think it would be good. Oh, this is our Biman 787. I think it would be good to do 3D view on the Neo on the way back. That's what nice. Oh, too much bandwidth. Oh, that's a shame. Well, we can tell everybody else. Oh, that's a shame, though, isn't it? Because that is really cool, man. It's a bit like, I mean, I've been behind people on long haul flights when they haven't watched any TV, they haven't watched any movies. All they've watched is the 3D view of the aircraft flying across the Atlantic. It's like, wow. So you keep that open. I don't need to keep flicking out, and I can just watch yours, and then I can watch. How many times have you sat in the seat and you're watching the movie that the person in front of you is watching, even though there's no sound, you're like transfixed by it? Well, at least, why don't you just bring it up on your screen and watch it yourself? I just can't be bothered because I'm watching something else. Yeah, nice. Trash Panda, Air Canada, triple set. Go on, son. Yeah. He's got his Ray-Bans on there. Night flight. Mind you, I say a night flight. Do they not chase the sun across the Atlantic and sort of like stay in the daylight? I think I've done that before. I think I've done it. What's that? What you gonna do? Okay, okay. Is he saying this is for them? Okay. Roger that. Robbie Whiteley coming back from Cyprus. Okay. All the best, Robbie. Hope you have a good time, good flight. Looking forward to my first flight to Japan on my first 787 flight. Gary Lyon saying, wow, fantastic. Any chance of watching the Qantas 380 leave? Steve Blue doesn't go out till about 10 p.m. Qantas, unfortunately, my friend. Andy P, fast as fun. Tony 737, thank you for the great show. Nicholas Gray, it'll be dark in the northeast USA in about 4.5 hours. So, northeast, so yes, well, maybe based on, depending on where that aircraft's going, landing into dawn, would that be right? ATR. Look at that blue. Like that. Like that. Like that. Yeah, we will do a sunrise show, folks. Most definitely. People seem to like that as well, so there's no reason why we can't do that, and we will do that. Of course, with the nights being as long as they are now and the days being so short, we're kind of getting into that realm of whatever we do at some point, unless we do it right slap bang in the middle of the day. Shari Hellier, everyone should experience. I have experienced a sunrise and a sunset from a plane. Much prefer the well, I mean, it depends on if you're just coming into London Heathrow and it's sunrise, then yeah, because you've got the whole day ahead of you, rather than landing at sort of like 8 o'clock at night. You've got to get home, get through, you know, passport control, then you've got to get through baggage, and then all that kind of thing. Getting home as well is always I mean, for me, I'm very lucky. It's only a 5-minute drive. Big Zav. It's all right, Big Zav. Well, we've got one more departure, Big Zav, and then we're going to be heading out. I think Turkish is first to roll on, I believe, to Istanbul. Cut in. I don't know, big engines spooling up, man. Is this a 350? It is. 350, 900, look at those engines spooling. Off into the night sky. Okay, next up, my think is Virgin Atlantic Aviation in 4K's father, I think, on board this aircraft. Renaissance, wasn't it? Crackling and banging. Those Trent 7s, man. Thank you, sir. Right, well. Am I on... There you go, folks. Halloween special. That's it, that's your Halloween special. Listen, what another fantastic show. A very warm welcome to everybody. Sorry, I'm just tightening this up. A very warm welcome to everybody who's joined. Thank you for the likes, folks, by the way, as well. Appreciate all the wonderful likes that you give us. Let's just, hold on a minute. I reckon around this way is probably better. I don't know. Am I right or am I wrong? There we go. Oh, he is the pilot. That was Aviation in 4K's dad flying that 330 out there. Thanks, folks. It's been wonderful once again. You guys are just fantastic. Love the chat as well, by the way. I'm really happy with the way the chat's going these days as well. So many people, new people, getting involved and asking questions, giving information as well, whether it's off their own head or whether it's from Google or whatever it might be. But it is fantastic to see so many people getting involved, because that's what it's all about. We of course really appreciate your support here on Big Jet TV. And of course, as somebody said earlier on, coming in just to say thank you, who was a lurker from the Lurkers Lounge, wasn't it? But great to see you, and thank you so much for your support. But please don't ever feel in any way sort of like, oh, should I ask a question or shouldn't I ask that question? Always ask the question, because it doesn't matter how crazy you might think it sounds to us. It's always it's either something from somebody who's just learning about aviation or somebody who knows but is a little bit unsure. But whichever it is, we really appreciate your input right here on Big Jet TV. Thank you so much. Thank you to the folks here at the Hyatt Place Hotel in London. Big shout out to Richard and his wife who've come and stayed here. Of course, you can get a discount and you can get yourself up into the Blue Sky Suite Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. That's available here at the Hyatt Place. And of course, you've got those massive, great big 5-metre long windows on the 5th floor if you stay here. Just have to make sure that you coordinate that with whomever you're booking it in with, and just check availability as well before you do that. But of course, somebody mentioning about being able to circumnavigate the whole of the airfield. Hey, when you get here, maybe we'll do that, Gilly. Maybe we'll walk around the whole airport mobile with that member. That might be an experience, folks. So you'll be able to catch everything that's going on around the airfield. It probably won't see a lot of fences, but we will circumnavigate our way around, going to all the different spots around the airfield, because there are a lot of positions around Heathrow, but that's mainly for photographers. But for us, we like to have an overview of things, and so therefore we are very, very fortunate and lucky to be able to get to the places that we get to bring you the best content, aviation live content, and of course all our overseas stuff as well. It goes without saying. That's all down to you folks for supporting the channel and allowing us and being able to deliver you all that fantastic content from overseas. Okay, that's it. We will see you. Look out for updates. It's very important, folks. You need to look out for updates, because the whole thing for us, the process, the procedure for the weekend show for Saturday with the delivery of the A339 with Virgin Atlantic into London Heathrow starts for us on Friday in terms of all our planning. We've all done all the planning, but things do change. So look out for updates on the app, and we will keep you informed. But expect to see us around about 2 p.m. French time. That's 1 p.m. local here in the UK, wherever you are in the world. But we will be going live around about an hour before she pushes back for departure. It will be delayed, I can almost guarantee that. But we will do our best to bring you in association with Virgin Atlantic and Flight Radar 24. We got the whole gang coming along for that one, and we welcome you, invite you to come along and watch that. Thank you for the likes, by the way, folks. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. Other than that, it goes without saying thank you to London Heathrow and to all the wonderful people who work in the fraternity that is London Heathrow, all the pilots and all the air crews as well. Thank you so much, folks. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you next time. Cheers, bye. You can